Hey, welcome into the hot shop. Yeah, we have a couple of different things going on, so I'll explain what we have going on as soon as you guys settle in. Yeah, we have stuff going on in multiple areas of the hot shop. What you guys are seeing in front of you over on the right, this is the hands-on experiences that we have once a month. Today they're making some starfish, and we actually do have a couple of spots left for this today. There's one at 11:30 and two at 2:45. But what I'll be focusing on for the most part is what's happening over on the left side of the hot shop. And this is our resident hot shop team working over there. So they work here full time. And they're going to be working on a commission today. Right now they're making the lid to a vessel that has already been made down on this front table right here. And could we have the image of the vessel and the lid up on the screen? Yeah, so it'll be the same color scheme. And I'm not sure why it's not popping up on the screen, but we do have a kind of a watercolor painted image on this large metal shield in front of this opening over here. So, oh, there we go. Now the image is up on the screen. We can see this a little bit better. So this is the lid that they're making, and then once again, of course, we already have the main body for this piece on the front table. And anyone's welcome to come take a closer look if you like. And I haven't really seen them make lids before, so we'll see how this process goes. It looked like they have at least two different pieces of glass that they'll eventually bring together to create the lid. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop to those who are just joining in. I'll point out one more time real quick up on the screen this image. The lid for this container is what we are making right now at the center and left bench. And then once again over on the right, we have some hands-on workshops happening, which we do have a couple of slots available, one at 11:30 and then two at 2:45. So if anyone's interested in taking those while they're still available, let the front desk know. Now I do want to give you all a little overview of the hot shop before I kind of jump into the process explanation. So this tank with the closed door on the right side of the hot shop and over on the left, those are our glass furnaces. So they're filled with molten clear glass at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's a large ceramic crucible inside of there. It's really hard to actually see inside because it's glowing so brightly, but It is filled with up to about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass on top of everything else. So they're pretty impressive. And at each bench, we have these large open face furnaces. These do not have any material inside of them. It's just heat to reheat the glass. These are called our glory holes. And at the center bench, we're going through a coloring process. We've just heated up a solid piece of colored glass and dropped it on top of a small clear bubble. And you'll see what Ben does with this pretty soon, but he'll start rolling it and pushing that color back until it covers up that clear bubble. So this is what gives us a smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece, kind of like this pink for the body of the piece. So we are going to be using this box every once in a while right here. This large silver box is called the garage. There's a flame in the corner of it, and it sits at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So whenever we finish a component to a larger piece, sometimes we'll set it aside in there, such as a ball that's going to be on the top of the lid so that it acts as a handle. So they've just made that ball. They set it aside to keep it warm while we finish the rest of the lid. And just to point out again, this is the main body for the piece, and we're making the lid for that, so we're matching all the colors. So once again, we had that bubble of clear glass. We layered on a light opaque purple, and we've just heated up another color. This is probably a transparent pink based off of this piece right here that they'll drop on top of that. And that same process will happen again where they push and roll that color back, covering up that purple layer underneath. And layering these colors like this, that opaque underneath and then the transparent on top, first of all, makes it so you can't just see through the transparent color and through the entire vessel itself, but also it's layering the colors on top of each other, and it creates almost a new color itself. And I get a lot of questions about where the color comes from, so I'll just share real quick that the different colors, it's not like a dye or anything, it's actually different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the raw clear glass mixture in the beginning. And then it is usually rolled into bars of color, which that's what you see them taking out of this silver box and then heating up in the first place. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Hi. So just to point out the main idea of what we see here is at the center bench, Ben is sitting down. He has a pipe with some colored glass on the end. This has 2 layers of color already. You guys came in after we added those colors. And it's going to end up being the same color, hopefully, as this piece right here on the front table. So this is going to be the lid to this sort of jar. And this is going to be blown out a little bit bigger, probably opened up into more of like a bowl shape. And what we have going on in the front, honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I think that they're trying to just get some of the clear glass out of the furnace. But this bucket right here is clear glass only. So a lot of this ends up being reused. We just crush it up and throw it back into the furnace to melt down again. And yeah, they've been doing this all morning, even before the museum opened. They've been kind of just taking the clear glass out of the furnace over and over again. Oh yeah, let's see the image of what we're working on again, please. Thank you. So for those who just joined in or recently joined in, I want to make sure that you have a chance to see the final product or what was submitted to the artist to be turned into glass. Because once again, this is a commission. So every once in a while when we don't have visiting artists, which we do very frequently, we'll work on store items, we'll work on auction items because we have our Red Hot auction annually in the fall. And then we'll also work on commission items. Thank you. All right, so I was just asking Gabe what they were doing with all this clear because they are still using this furnace every once in a while. They're getting some more glass on the end of their pipe for the piece, and they're also dumping it into this bucket. So this will actually be used for the mobile hot shop. So we have a mobile hot shop that travels to large events every once in a while, and the Seattle Art Fair is coming up, and we're going to have the mobile shop there. And that's going to be this coming Friday through Sunday, by the way. So the idea is they'll probably crush it up and throw it into that mobile hot shop furnace and then melt it down again and use it there. Also, we have just started to blow up this bubble at the center bench. This can be pretty easy to miss. The blowing is pretty brief. But when somebody has their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them expanding that glass like a balloon. Now these two metal blades Ben is using, these are the jacks, and we will always create this divot off the end of the pipe. This is where we break the entire piece off later on once we have usually our overall shape. In this case, I think this is going to be the top of the lid furthest away from the pipe. So once we finish that second half of the shape. And a detail I want to point out for those who joined in a little bit later is we also created a handle for the lid. This isn't something that's depicted in the original image, but it's going to be a ball that we'll bring over and place on top. So we just used gravity to shape the bubble. I know it was pretty quick, but I'm sure you all saw that shape change. We can heat up the glass if we hold it towards the floor, which is a lot more common. This stretches the shape out, creating a longer, narrower bubble. And if we hold it up towards the ceiling, like we just saw Ben do, the glass kind of slumps onto itself. It creates a squatter or wider shape. So this is getting us a lot closer to our final lid shape already. So you'll notice at the center bench, they're not getting this glass super hot anymore. They're just letting it sit and stay at probably about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which I know still sounds very hot, but the glass is solid again at that point, but not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. And while they are keeping that warm, Gabe over on the left bench has been preparing and has brought over another pipe with some clear glass on the end. This will eventually be attached to the piece and then broken off of its original pipe, so we get access to the other side of the piece. And yeah, for those who are just joining in, I've been pointing out, luckily we have the jar in front of us on this front table, but we're making the lid to this jar right now. So same colors, same theme, and they're making sure that it's going to fit perfectly, taking measurements every now and then. And now that we've broken it off of its original pipe, this is essentially, once again, flip the orientation of the piece so we can work on the other side. So we'll be able to open this up a little bit and finish off the overall shape of the lid. And then once again, we'll bring over the balls that will act as the handle for the lid to kind of finish it off. Yeah, since we started using this fluffy torch relatively recently, I'll share what we use it for in the first place. So it does run around the same temperature as the glory hole, which once again is that reheating furnace we're using over and over again. And it runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, this torch and the furnace. But with the torch, we can heat up just a section of the glass at a time, focusing our heat in one area to just work on that one area, or if a section of the glass is getting too cold, then we can use it to balance heat out, for example. So we were using it for both of those purposes already during this process. And welcome once again to anyone who has just joined in. And once again, we're finishing off the lid to this jar on the front table right here. So we're opening it up. We started using a tool that is something we don't usually see. Those two wooden blades instead of metal blades. Those are the Pachofis. And we can actually use the tips of those blades to push on the inside of the piece without causing any gouging or scraping, and widen it from the inside. So we're using the Pachofis again. Once again, you'll notice that if you're looking especially from right here in the audience, you can see that he's pushing the tips of the blades into almost the base of the piece if this were something like a plate or a bowl. And this is slowly widening it on just that one side while keeping the opening small. Oh, and I haven't mentioned over on the right side of the hot shop, once again, they're doing some hands-on experiences over there. So people come down onto the floor and they make their own items. It varies depending on when you come in, but today they're making some starfish. And there are a few slots available left. There is one at 11:30 and there are two at 2:45. So if anyone is interested in looking into that, feel free to ask the front desk. So we're using the jacks on the outside wall of the piece to kind of push down and create a step down, essentially, with the lid. We're pushing a wooden paddle against the opening, probably to do mostly straighten things out. And the calipers, of course, we're just double checking our measurements each single change we make to make sure that it fits for the opening of our jar. Also, I want to share about a fun free event we have coming up. I guess technically we have a couple. One of them is recurring, which is third Thursday. Every third Thursday at the museum, we're open for free from 5 to 8 p.m. And that's going to be the 17th this month. But we also have this really large event coming up that we have in the summer, and that is Glass Fest Northwest. There will be a bunch of tents and booths set out in front of the museum. There will be food trucks and music. And basically, there's just a bunch of artists that come and set up shop. They show off their work, they sell their work, and there's free admission to that and into the museum that entire day. So that's coming up in August. I can't remember the exact date of that. Maybe it's still a little bit to be determined, but it's been pretty large and successful in the past, so I'm looking forward to it. So it looks like they were just comparing the size of the vessel compared to the lid. Maybe they'll continue to work on it a little bit longer. They want to make sure that it's a perfect fit, as much as it can be anyways. And I was getting some questions about patterning in the glass, and this is awesome that we have all this out in the front right here. This is unrelated to what we're working on right now, of course, but we have a bunch of cane or cane-related pieces of glass. And cane is basically these sticks of colored glass, and we can use them to get stripes in the piece. We can use them to get zigzag lines, twisted lines, crisscross lines, basically a ton of different patterning that you can think of. And I was especially looking at and pointing at some pieces up on the back wall there that were made by Lino. He donated his collection to us permanently when he retired from glass blowing, which is really nice. But I do actually have a video to show off where you can see the cane being made in the first place, and this is really satisfying. So could we have the cane pulling video, please? Thank you. I know it's really loud all of a sudden, but I have that video up on the screen. And this is silent, so I'll kind of explain as it goes along. But they'll start with solid color on the end of a pipe, which, once again, we don't make. We get it shipped in. We just heat it up and use it. And they'll usually wrap some layers of clear around this, so it's easier to space those designs when we use the cane. And this is stretched between two pipes across these wooden ladders that we lay out in the hot shop. And that wooden ladder just prevents the glass from touching the cold concrete and breaking apart. So it's just enough insulation. And then this is usually cut up into almost pencil length and pencil thickness sections from what I've seen before being laid out and then rolled up on the outside of a bubble or on the outside of just a pipe in general. And these lines can be altered in basically any way you can imagine, and those lines can be layered on top of each other as well, creating these really intricate designs. And I think one of the most popular and standout designs when it comes to cane is something called reticello, which are those crisscross lines of color, and it creates almost a netting appearance in the piece. All right, so this is really cool. We're breaking the overall shape of the lid off, and then it looks like we're going to pick up the handle or the ball that we made earlier off the end of its pipe and heat up the end of it and just kind of stick it on top of the lid once it's hot enough. So all in one go, and that means that this piece has to be done. They're not going to be picking it back up on the end of a pipe or heating it up again and immediately put this piece away. So just like that, this lid has been finished. They're going to run over and put it away in the annealer where it will sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit and stay safe at that healthy temperature for glass. And let's give them a warm round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. So very impressive move at the end there. I don't usually see them do things like that, so that was exciting. But the annealer, once again, the job of this box is to basically cool this glass down at a really slow rate, which will prevent thermal shock. If we were to just leave that piece out, it would start to break apart in a matter of seconds to minutes. Yeah, it depends on the thickness. That's why I say seconds to minutes. But the really small piece of glass, if you just set it out, it can start cracking apart really quickly. And that's why we don't give away scraps, no matter how much people bake. So they'll probably deliberate on what they're going to work on next. Once again, this was a commission, so they're probably only going to have to make one of those, maybe two if they were unhappy with the last one, and then move on to a different project. And could I have the Kids Design Glass video, please? Something I like to show off every once in a while.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
welcome to those who just joined in. We are getting started on our next project. Originally, we were working on a commission piece, which is this jar right here on the front table, and we made the lid for it. We had to make sure it fit perfectly inside and the colors were matching, which is all pretty tricky to do. But I've been pointing out over and over that whenever I say tricky or easy, you know, these guys, they have between 20 and 30 years of experience each, usually, our resident hot shop team. So they make things look easy. And when I say tricky, I mean for people like me who don't really know what they're doing. But we are making a centerpiece bowl next, and this is going to be made from black glass, which they've just heated up and dropped on top of the clear bubble that Gabe had on the end of his pipe. Now he's just going through the process, pushing, rolling that color back, and soon this will be turned into a bowl. This is specifically a low bowl shape, so it's going to be a little bit squat and wide. Yeah, so these bowls will eventually be used for ikebana, which is to kind of elongate the lives of flowers that are placed inside of them. Oh yeah, and I think there are quite a few new people who just joined in, so I'll share once again. We are making some centerpiece bowls. These are going to end up being low bowls, and they have a black color just all throughout. So that's what you can expect to see out of this piece of glass that we're starting with right here. And this is our resident hot shop team, so anytime you come in, you'll usually see these familiar faces working at the center bench and left bench. They'll usually help visiting artists, but whenever they have extra time, like today, they will work on usually commissions or upcoming auction items or store items. So after letting this cool down for a little bit, we're gathering a layer of clear over top of the color. So this is where we get all of our fresh molten clear glass. This is where we start our projects. And this sits at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a large ceramic crucible sitting inside of that tank. And you'll see that the texture of this molten glass is a lot like honey when it first comes out of there. And because we let that previous layer cool down, we're able to much more easily push this molten glass around and even it out before we move on. And yeah, we do have 2 furnaces, so both of those tanks with the closed doors, we get new material from throughout the day. And that wooden spoon-shaped tool we were just using, this is a block. And once again, we're just kind of smoothing and evening out that outer layer, rounding everything out. So we've already started to blow this up a little bit, and Ben is continuing to shape it using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper that we've soaked or splashed with water. And I know that's pretty satisfying to watch, right? But the clear glass that they're dumping onto this table, and eventually it'll just be pushed into this bucket here, it's all going to be used for our mobile hot shop. They just eventually will crush it up and then throw it into a different furnace to melt it down again. And the mobile hot shop's going to be at the Seattle Art Fair, which is this Friday through Sunday. So this coming Friday through the next Sunday, I should point out. And next, the bottom of the piece is flattened completely using a wooden paddle. And when we keep the jacks on the side, you can see this creates kind of a 90-degree corner for the bottom of the piece. So we'll do this frequently, especially for things like cylinders. Now the lower half of our bowl is complete, so we'll bring over another pipe with an attachment on the end, a little bit of clear glass. And that'll be attached to the bottom of the piece, and then we'll completely break it off of the pipe it's on right now. This is just a piece of cane that we're using to scratch the bottom of the piece, making a target for them to hit center. So we bring that pipe over and attach it right to the center of the bottom. And to break the piece off, they squeezed at the jack line, which is that divot in the glass, and then tapped the pipe. And by doing this, I'm sure you all have noticed, but we've essentially flipped the orientation of the piece. So now we can start working on the other side. And just to share once again, in case we have anyone I've missed that has recently joined in, and of course, welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on making some of these black bowls, and these are going to be low bowls, so they'll have a little bit of a squatter, wider shape. And these are going to be centerpieces used for ikebana, which is kind of extending the lifespan of flowers, keeping them open in such a way that they absorb water continuously. Yeah, so I'll share again. In the front, this is completely unrelated. It's kind of prep work. He's dumping clear glass onto a table over and over again and letting it cool and then eventually pushing it into this bucket. This is all clear glass that he's dumping in there. And this will eventually be crushed up and melted down in the mobile hot shop furnace, which the mobile hot shop is going to be at the Seattle Art Fair this coming Friday through Sunday. And so it's just kind of getting it ready for that. Yeah, this is the material they'll use for that entire art fair. Also, at the center bench, they've already opened this bowl up quite a bit. They've been using these wooden blades, which Ben is holding on to right now. These are the Pachofis, versus the metal blades we were using earlier, the jacks. These are a little bit softer on the glass, and we can actually push the tips of the blades on the inside of the piece to widen it from the bottom of the bowl. And pushing a wooden paddle against both the base and the opening of the bowl is going to even out the walls and make sure everything stays straight as it's continuously pushed from the side. Yeah, it looks like they've finished this bowl already. So they knock it off onto a wooden paddle. And they're going to fire polish the bottom using this smaller handheld torch. Just heating up where it was connected to the pipe until it smooths out a little bit. And just like that, our bowl is finished. This goes into the annealer. This large black box over on the left wall will keep everything that we put inside of it all day at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit until we're ready to cool everything all at once. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bowl. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, once again, the way this works, just press a button and it very slowly cools. This is to avoid thermal shock, which happens if the glass cools or heats up too quickly. It can work both ways. And we are going to make even more of these bowls. We're trying to get a certain amount of them. So we are getting started once again over on that left bench. And as I mentioned earlier, everything starts in the glass furnace. So we have a single gather or a single layer of that clear glass on the end of our pipe. We've turned this into a bubble, and we are heating up some color to drop on top of the bubble. Hey, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We are getting started on our next piece already over on the left bench. This is going to turn into a small low bowl, which is going to be an Ikebana centerpiece. And Ikebana is easiest described by altering kind of the very end of the stem near the flower itself so that it continuously pulls in water that makes the flower last longer. It's a Japanese art form when it comes to flowers. And I heard that we will be making at least a few of these. The overall color is just complete solid black through and through. And we made one of these just before you guys came in, so we're already getting into the flow of things. And feel free to ask any questions that any of you might have. I've been getting a lot of good questions about the stuff we have on the tables and also, you know, maybe patterning that you see in the galleries or up above the hot shop with our permanent lino collection. So we have just gathered a layer of clear over top of our color. This is mostly just to add some mass to the piece, but we also usually don't have the color on the very surface of the piece, just to make sure that if it chips later on throughout the process or just even on a later date, it's not noticeable. Oh yeah, just to share once again, up in the front, Gabe is going to be kind of cutting some clear glass on the end of the pipe onto the table. And this is all being dumped into a bucket with water to purposely break, kind of shock the glass apart. And eventually this will be thrown into our mobile hot shop furnace, which we're going to have lit up for the Seattle Art Fair coming up on Friday. Now at the center bench, Ben has taken the jacks, which are those two metal blades. He's squeezed down off the end of the pipe to create our breaking point, which is called the jack line. So once we form the lower half of the bowl, then we break it off from that line there. And already we are flattening the bottom of the piece using a wooden paddle and just keeping the jacks on the side of the bowl. Yeah, welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. So right now we are working on making a couple of these bowls, at least a couple. And these are just a low bowl shape, so they're going to be squat and wide, and they're going to eventually be used for ikebana, which is kind of prolonging the life of flowers by cutting them and displaying them in such a way inside of the water in these bowls. And these bowls are just black all the way through, so any other color you might see during the process is just from the glass radiating a lot of light, kind of like lava. But when the glass cools, it'll just go completely black. And this is our resident hot shop team, by the way, so if you have never been to the museum, they might not be familiar faces yet, but these guys are here helping visiting artists, which is the most of the time on the floor we have visiting artists, but whenever we have extra time, we'll work on commissions and store items and just other items in general. For example, this is a commission that they were working on the other day, and they just finished the lid for it today, so completed a commission. And we're seeing a pretty big step in the glass blowing process. We've just attached a pipe to the bottom of the piece. And once that is set up, they'll break the entire piece off from its original pipe. So now we'll be able to start opening the bowl up from the other end and finish it off. And just to point out once again, up here, this is unrelated to our project, but we are dumping glass into a bucket of water, and this is cracking, shocking the glass, breaking it apart, and eventually it'll be thrown into the mobile hot shop furnace. So we have a mobile hot shop. We'll take it to events here and there throughout, usually this summer, and this event is the Seattle Art Fair coming up, which is Friday through Sunday. So just preparing some material for the artists at the mobile hot shop to work with. And to open this bowl up further, we're using the Pachofis. They look a lot like those metal blades, the jacks that we were using earlier, but with the wooden blades, we can use the tips of them a lot more on the inside of the piece. It's not going to gouge or scrape or make any markings. And we can open up the bowl from the inside using those blades. Yeah, the idea is to break it apart anyways. So just sharing once again, we are working on some centerpiece bowls at the center bench. We are making them all the same sizes, or we're trying to hit the same exact size using those calipers to double check as we go along. And they're just black all the way through, so the color you see is mostly just from the heat of the glass. Any of that orange and red. So they heated up the entire bowl and pushed against the opening enough that it created almost a step. And they've broken it off onto a wooden paddle just so that they could torch the bottom getting rid of that mark where it was connected to the pipe. And just like that, we have finished our second bowl. So we'll carry this over to be put away inside of the annealer over on the left wall, where it'll sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit and eventually slowly cool down overnight, preventing thermal shock. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bowl, please. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, we always cheer the team on when they finish. So we should see maybe one or two more of these made. Once again, these are centerpieces. We want to have them for a certain amount of tables, I would assume. Today we're just working on various commissions and projects while we can. And I do have something I want to share. We have a couple of free events coming up. One of them's reoccurring, which is third Thursday. So on the 17th this month, there's free admission into the museum from 5 to 8 p.m. We have a later time that we're open until. And then we also have a large festival coming up called Glass Fest Northwest. So this is taking place out in front of the museum on the Grand Plaza. And people will have artist booths, and there will be glass demonstrations, food trucks, music, you name it. And there's free admission to the event and into the Museum of Glass that entire day. And that's coming up in August. So keep an eye out for that. I'm sure you can find it on our website as well. And feel free to ask me any questions you might have, even if it's something, for example, that you've seen from the galleries or just in glass in general. And yeah, once again, for those who just joined in, we're going to be making some bowls. These are low bowls, so they'll have a little bit of a squatter, wider shape. We're trying to make the same size and the same consistent color for each of these bowls. And these will turn out to be black eventually. So Trent is heating up that color at the center bench, getting it ready for our the color overlay, very beginning of the process. Yeah, so cold working is the process that comes after the glass blowing process usually. I say usually. But it's an entire room that we can't see, sadly. It's kind of around the corner, and it's filled with a bunch of equipment that grinds, cuts, polishes the glass. There's a bunch of tools that are honestly pretty similar to woodworking. Such as a belt sander and a disc sander and There are all sorts of drill presses and things that we use with the glass, but we use a lot of diamond grit and we use a lot of water to make sure that we're not creating powdered glass or glass dust. Yeah, it's a really interesting process. It's very different from, of course, the glass blowing process. Yeah, really. And there are a lot of pieces that we make where, it was connected to the pipe and we broke it off to put it away. And then there's that leftover clear bit of glass that we have to grind off and polish away. So that's the majority of the cold working that's done here. But there's also a lot of very artistic cold working where they get special patterns and textures into the glass by using that same equipment. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't get questions a lot about cold working because it's not something we see on the hot shop floor. So welcome into the hot shop. We are getting started on the next bowl that we're making, which we're making it this same shape, same size, trying to make as many as we can at the moment. Up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench, and right here, Gabe has a bubble of clear glass that has just been covered in a layer of black glass. And this is how we get a smooth layer of color across the entire piece. So we'll usually apply that solid block of glass, kind of push it back and cover the clear glass with it. And then we'll gather layers of clear over top of that as well, and that traps it in between the layers of clear, which we then blow out the entire thing into our piece. Yeah, it looks like Trent's pulling a pony out of the leftover color at the center bench. Yeah, these are really fun to watch. And you'll actually find these throughout the hot shop, such as on top of the furnaces, which are the tanks with the closed doors, and also on top of the garage, this large silver box. So just as I mentioned earlier, we already have gathered that next layer of clear over top of the colored glass. And now we'll be able to soon start blowing it out and turning it into our bowl. That wooden spoon-shaped tool we were using, this is a block. It's going to smooth and even out the glass bubble and round everything out. And then when we heat and do that process a couple of times, that makes sure that the bubble is heated evenly all throughout, which makes the bubble also blow out evenly. It's all just layers of complexity. And we do keep those constantly saturated in water, once again. And that's supposed to form a layer of steam in between the wood and the surface of the glass. And for those who just joined in or recently joined in, once again, we are working on some bowls. These are low bowls, so they have a little bit of a squatter, wider shape. And these are centerpieces that will eventually be used for ikebana, which I don't know the exact process myself, but you cut the stem of a flower pretty short and you alter it in such a way that it sucks up more water than it usually would, making the flower last longer. So these centerpieces will eventually be holding flowers. Just not when they're molten glass, of course. So we have already started to blow this out quite a bit. At the same time, Ben has squeezed a jack line into the glass. And this is basically that divot. Eventually we'll break the entire piece off from that line. That'll come after we form basically the lower half of the bowl. Now we've heated up just the lower half of the piece, or the front half of the bubble. And this will be flattened down using a wooden paddle, keeping the jacks on the side to form this nice sharp angle, which we want for the foot of the bowl. So just like that, we have basically finished that lower half of the bowl. And we're trying to make sure each of these bowls end up about the same size all throughout. So the foot's the same size, and then the opening width would be the same size as well. And here's the thing, they're all going to differ very slightly from each other, but that just kind of proves and shows that they're handmade. Now the bottom is marked with a broken piece of glass or a piece of cane. It's a little hard to see, but this just scratches a target in the center of the bottom of the piece for them to hit when they bring over another pipe. So I just brought that pipe over. It's connected to the center of the bottom of the piece. And once that connection has set up a little bit, they'll break the entire piece off from its original pipe. And the idea is to cause some thermal shock in that connection in order to break it off. If you have a small enough jack line, a thin enough piece of glass, then you can just shock it by squeezing with a cold metal tool, specifically cold, and then tapping the pipe. But oftentimes you'll actually see them apply a bunch of water to the jack line, and that cracks the glass pretty rapidly. Yeah, exactly. The true color of the glass is supposed to be black. Yeah. It's just temporarily glowing orange to red. And that's just, the glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. It has to do with electrons and stuff. It's physics. It's kind of hard to understand even for me. And yeah, I like to compare it to lava. The glass moves and behaves a lot like lava. Yeah, and if anyone's curious about what's happening in the front here, this is clear glass that we're dropping and cooling over and over again on the front table right here. And this is being pushed into a bucket of water to break apart, and that'll eventually be loaded into our mobile hot shop furnace. Yeah, we don't use our mobile hot shop furnace super frequently, but when we have large events that we're going to be a vendor at or partaking in some sort of way, then we bring our mobile hot shop. So that's going to be at the Seattle Art Fair coming up this Friday through Sunday. Yeah, we'll be going every day. And we have just started to open this bowl up using the pachofis, which are those wooden blades instead of metal blades specifically. This allows us to push and kind of use the tips of the blades into the inner walls of the piece without gouging or scraping, as you can imagine metal blades would. And we always use these for low bowls and plates. Anything that's got that really low shape, so we can expand the bowl kind of from the bottom of the bowl. Oh yeah, if anyone's curious about the fluffy torch, why would we need that if we have the furnace to reheat the glass? So the fluffy torch, it does run around the same temperature as the reheating furnace that we've been using. So between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But we use the torch to heat up sections of the glass at a time, especially kind of the back end of the piece. You'll notice we torch the area where the glass is connected to the pipe, or just the back end of the piece in general. And that's because as we go into the furnace to heat up the piece, it heats the front first as we go in, and it heats the front last as we come back out. So it kind of balances the heat out. Now we have finished this bowl, so we knock it off onto a wooden paddle to be able to torch the bottom, smooth out the area where it's connected to the pipe. And then this bowl is finished. So we carry it over to the annealer to be put away. This sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll load it up throughout the day and then press a button to slowly cool everything all at once. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bowl, please. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. All right, so our artists are just grabbing some water. It's a very hot day. I do have lots of different things to show off. I've been showing off how they get cane, for example, like what they have on this front table right here. So yeah, let's show off the cane pulling video, please. And then, yeah, of course. The cane pulling video is up on the screen now. This is a silent video, so I'll kind of explain what's going on right here. So cane is used to create stripes or zigzags or any sort of line-based patterns within the glass. And usually this is a large mass of color that's attached to the end of a pipe, heated up, and we wrap some layers of clear around that, which we've done with these ones as well. This makes it easier to space them apart when we pick them up on a piece. And after attaching a second pipe and stretching it between the two, we now have this long rod of colored glass, solid all the way through. And this is cut up into sections, which we can then roll up over top of a bubble or onto the end of a pipe in general, and used to create our pieces. So if we were to leave it just as you saw in the beginning of that video, we'd have stick straight stripes across the piece. Or we could twist it and we could get a spiral of stripes. This can be altered in basically any way you can imagine. And I'll point out again as well, they've just returned over on the right side of the hot shop. They're doing some hands-on workshops today. They're making some starfish, and I have been told that there's one spot left at 245. Hopefully it hasn't been taken up already, so I'm not just talking about it for no reason. But yeah, they've been filling up those slots really quickly. You basically just come down onto the floor and you make your own piece of glass. It changes each month, and usually the theme is based on the season. So in winter it might be like snowmen and ornaments, and in the summer we have starfish, and in the spring we have birds and eggs. So it just depends on when you come in and what you want to make. Hey, welcome to those who just joined in. familiar face. Yeah, we're making some bowls. The Hot Shop team's making some bowls today. They're specifically low bowls that will be used as Ikebana centerpieces. We're making as many as we can at the moment. Our artists are just taking a little break, getting some water and escaping the heat, hopefully. Yeah, have you guys been in a hot shop before? Yeah? Okay. Okay, that answers it. So it looks like we're getting started on the next bowl, which once again, this all starts with the coloring process. So we start with a bit of clear glass on the end of our pipe to create a clear bubble. We melt down some colored glass completely, which starts off as a solid bar of color. And then we drop that on top of the clear bubble to kind of cover it up. And in the beginning, when the color is molten like this, it's almost impossible to tell what color it is. But once it cools down fully, it is just going to be completely solid black over top, covering the bowl completely. And welcome to those who just joined in. Today we have a couple of different things going on. We have our resident Hot Shop team. These guys work here full time at the museum, and they'll help visiting artists that come through, make commission items, which they did one commission earlier today relating to this piece here on the front table. And now they're working on making some black low bowls. And these are a little bit smaller, maybe about this big. And they're going to be centerpieces, which will hold some flowers later on, Ikebana style. And you all are about to see just the very beginning of the process. Trent has just heated up some colored glass, which of course is black through and through. This is going to be dropped down on top of that clear bubble that Gabe has prepared. And eventually this color will be pushed and rolled back until it covers up that clear and you can't see through it anymore. And this is what creates a smooth layer of color across the entire surface of the piece. I always use this as kind of an example. It looks very smooth. There's no blemishes or any grittiness. It's just very smooth, even layer. And then, of course, we also have some of our hands-on workshops going on over on the right, which was the second thing I was going to point out to you guys. So they're making some starfish today. The theme changes every month, and it usually depends on the season. So they're making some summery items right now. Also, I do want to share a couple of things since we have a lot of youth in the audience right now, and I know I've already told you guys about this, but it's fine. So if you guys are under 12, then you can participate in the Kids Design Glass program, which we have an entire art alley showing off all those various pieces. But if you guys are 12 and older, there's a local program here, which I went through personally. You could start to blow glass as young as 12 yourselves for free through this program. It's amazing. So I highly recommend it. It's called Hilltop Artists, if anyone is interested in looking into that. If anyone knows any youth, they don't have to necessarily be here. Just go ahead and look into those programs. Also, Trent is, once again, using the leftover bit of color to sculpt. Earlier, he made a horse or pony. And it looks like this time he's made a black swan, maybe. And at this point, we have just gathered a bit of clear over top of that colored layer. And this has built up quite a bit more mass for the piece. So we'll be able to start blowing this out and turning it into our bowl. This is a pipe cooler that Gabe is using real quick, so you're not missing anything too crazy. Just a trough of water that he sets a pipe into. So we used the block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool, twice, and heated up the glass in between. And just now, this has started to be blown out. And something interesting to note, Ben is using the back of the jacks, or the strap, that wide flat part, to cool down the end of the bubble. And this is supposed to prevent the bubble from blowing out too much at the very end, and it's supposed to keep it thicker in that section. And then he uses the jacks again to create a jack line. And this is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And to flatten the bottom of the bowl, we're pushing a wooden paddle up against the bottom while keeping the jacks on the side. And this is when they double check their measurements, making sure that each of these bowls turns out pretty much the same size in the foot and in the rim. And at this point, they have finished the lower half of the bowl, or the foot area of the bowl. So they'll eventually bring over another pipe with some clear glass as an attachment, attach it to the bottom half of the bowl, and then break the entire thing off of the pipe that it's on right now. And this will flip the orientation so that we can open the bowl up and finish off the top half of it. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we're working on making a low bowl, so it's going to have a squatter and wider shape. And this is just black glass that we're using. It may appear to be orange or red at certain points in time. This is just because the glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. So we've just attached that pipe. And to break the piece off, Ben squeezes on the jack line pretty tight and then taps the pipe. And now we can start opening this bowl up. Also, if anyone's curious, once again over on the right, we have our hands-on workshops going on. Today we're making starfish. Kind of changes depending on the seasons, so since it's summer, we're seeing some starfish made today. And I believe we should have one more slot available at 2:45 if anyone's interested. That's something you should ask the front desk about if you would like to take that up. Oh, just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention at any point. So I know you guys have been joining in at different times, so I can share information about the hot shop or different patterns that you see in the glass. We're getting a lot of questions about that today, for example. Yeah, now we're opening this bowl even further using the Pachofis, which are essentially like wooden jacks, pushing the tips of the blade into the side of the bowl. We can kind of widen it from the inside and create that low bowl shape that we're going for. Yeah, for those who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop, first of all. And second of all, we have our resident Hot Shop team that I've been focusing on right here at the center bench. We are seeing them make a low bowl, so it's going to have a squat wide shape. And the final color is just going to be solid black across the surface of the piece. So any color you see right now is just from the heat of the glass. It'll be radiating light and looking orange or red as we work with it. We're just continuously opening it up using the pachofis, which are these wooden blades, and at certain points using some centrifugal force. When we spin the pipe at a certain speed, this actually flares the glass outward into the blades. Welcome into the Hot Shop. So right now we're just finishing off this bowl at the center bench. We've been making a few of these, maybe 3 or 4 so far. And these are going to be centerpieces that are used for Ikebana. Just kind of going to elongate the lifespan of the flowers that are put inside of these bowls. Looks like right now we're preparing to break this piece off of the pipe, heating up the clear glass that's connecting the bowl to the pipe, cutting at that connection to weaken it. And eventually this will be popped off. We'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that might remain from where it was connected to the pipe. Yeah, we've been working on a variety of pieces today since we don't have a visiting artist. This is just our resident Hot Shop team working on anything they can. So they finished a commission earlier and now they're working on some other projects. So once again, we torch the bottom of the bowl, smoothing that out with the tool. And now that we've finished that, we'll be able to carry it over to be put away. And this is going inside of the annealer on the left wall to slowly cool overnight, which will prevent thermal shock. And I want to check in, see what they're doing next. Sometimes they'll push a little bit more, do something small, but we're getting close to our lunchtime, which is usually at about 1 p.m. Yeah, okay. So it's sounding like we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch, and we'll be back at about 2 p.m. We'll have the official return time posted on the screen, which is viewable from the Grand Hall, and also, of course, if you just pop back into the Hot Shop. And thanks for stopping by.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glassmaking through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I wanted to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. that modern form kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Just having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the Hot Shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punting it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No. Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cat? I could have kept it more. I'm going to need some ramage. Call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon. So childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment. Incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and Kane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah. It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first one type effect. And then also like playing into like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper, so like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis would do, and they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian. So I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see a really good glass artist manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I see a lot rondelles we made yesterday. It's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. I have a lot of designs on the paper, but working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think And we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So to keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like that diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick.
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Ooh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first poll. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This smaller thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. It's just, so, 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay!
Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories. And when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting, and I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, you know, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. We're back from our lunch break. Ooh, I'm going to plug this in real quick so you all have a better view, but this is what we're going to get started on next on the front pedestal right here. So I'll give a quick introduction as to who you see on the floor, what we have going on in general, and then maybe give you an overview of the Hot Shop. So the most part, I'll be talking about the resident Hot Shop team who will be working over on the left and center bench. And they work here full time. They'll usually help visiting artists. And today we are working on some red hot auction items. So this is specifically a decanter for the yearly red hot auction coming up in the fall. And each year they'll choose a theme. They'll make decanters and goblets based off of that theme, which they will then sell either in sets or individually, depending on what some of the buyers want. And we also, I won't be focusing on this too much, but we have some hands-on experiences going on over on the right side of the Hot Shop with Hilltop Artists. It's a local nonprofit organization. And this is something you guys could sign up for. I think that we might be fully booked for the rest of the day today, but you basically just come down onto the floor and you make your own piece of glass to take home. And it's usually seasonally themed, so today they're making starfish. All right, so just to give a little overview of the Hot Shop, on either side we have these tanks with the closed doors. These are our glass furnaces, so this is where we're getting all of the fresh, melted, clear glass, the material to even start off our projects. In those tanks we have large ceramic crucibles filled with up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, it's a lot like honey. So it will drip if you stop turning the pipe, which we may even see some of that on purpose. Earlier, they were dripping some glass on the table and then breaking it apart. Yeah, we have a lot going on today. So feel free to ask any questions you guys might have. And one more thing to point out, this large open face furnace at each bench. These are for reheating the glass only, so unlike the other ones, they don't have material inside of them, but they do sit between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit warmer even. And yeah, once again, we are working on one of these decanters next, so we'll probably make as many as we can for the rest of the day today. Oh, and I think this is a good idea. I'm going to show off some previous year's decanters just so you can see how much the theme changes from year to year. And we have a slideshow to show that off. If you could, there we go. So up on the screen, that slideshow will go now. This will show off some of the previous year's decanters and goblets. So once again, these are usually sold in sets, but people do like to buy the goblets individually as well. And in the time that I was giving you guys an introduction, they have already started on our project and brought it over to the center bench. So the way that these decanters are made is they create the body overall just out of clear glass to start off with. They add on all of those details such as the handle and the foot, and then that's when at the very end they apply that final layer of color. And because it's at the very end, they're able to leave it textured on the surface of the glass. So yes, this isn't just a visual appearance. It also does have almost a little bit of a grainy, sandy feel across the surface. So we'll start blowing this out quite a bit. Gabe is kind of controlling which way it blows out by using the newspapers. So yeah, that pad in his hand, just folded up newspaper with a little bit of water on it. And then using the jacks, these two metal blades, Gabe is able to squeeze down just slightly. And right here he's actually pulling away from the pipe. He's going to stretch the neck into this piece already. Yeah, just to share, the glass that we use in hot shops, most hot shops, is a soda lime glass. So it's soda ash, limestone, and then mostly silica sand, as all glasses might be, as you'd imagine. And the same thing is for our colored glass. We have that same base, but we actually have different metals, minerals, and oxides that are mixed into the original clear glass mixture before it's even melted. And then they melt it and they turn it into these bars of color. This is just a small section, and even if it's a little hard to see, you're not missing out on too much. It's just a solid piece of colored glass through and through. This can be broken up into even more fine textures, such as shards of color and then even powdered color, which we'll see both used for this project specifically. So while they were finishing the overall shape of the body at the center bench, Trent over on the left bench was preparing a solid piece of glass that he rolled in a dish, and he picked up some of those shards of color. And this will be quite literally dropped onto the end of the bubble, which is why they're holding the pipe this way. That way they can get the foot lined up centered. So yes, once again, this is turning into the foot for our decanter. And to finish off this shape, to get this Nice curve in the foot. Gabe is going with the jacks on one side and then a paddle on the other side to kind of sandwich it between, straighten everything out. And despite how any of this glass may seem through the process, it will eventually cool into these exact colors you see right here. Any other colors you might see are from the glow of the heat of the glass, kind of like lava. The glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. And I do get questions as to why we use this fluffy torch if we have that large furnace in front of us. So in this case, we're heating up the area kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe. And this is partially to let this end cool down. You could see that heat in there. It was a solid piece of glass that we added. But also, when we go into the furnace, we're heating up the front first as we go in, and we're heating it up last as it comes back out. So to balance that out, we use this fluffy flame. And next we bring over the punty, which is a second pipe, some sort of attachment on the end, in this case just a solid bit of clear. We'll attach this to the center or the bottom of the piece and then completely break the piece off of its original pipe. This is essentially flipping the orientation of the piece so we can start working on the top of the neck. And to break a piece off, we usually apply water, which will thermally shock the glass enough for us to just pop it off. So now the neck has been heated up enough for us to start working with it. The lip is flared outward and turned into a disc, which Gabe can use as a handle, and that same move as earlier, stretch the glass out. So the idea is to thin the glass out a little bit so we don't have such a thick wall in the neck. And we'll get rid of this excess glass. You can see Gabe has sectioned it off. And eventually, we'll just tap on that piece of glass. It'll pop off onto the floor. So Gabe has opened it to pretty much its full size. You'll notice the top of the neck, the lip is pretty thick. And this is done by heating up a small section at the top, which he's doing with that handheld torch, and actually folding the lip over on top of itself. Oh yeah, and while all of this is happening, over on the left, Ben is preparing the handle for the decanter. So same thing as the foot, same color. Start with solid clear glass. You roll it in the dish to pick up those shards of color on the outside. So we have folded the lip over top of itself, kind of finishing off the shape of the body. And right away, Ben has brought over the handle, which has been attached to the neck. And in one go, this has to be stretched and twisted to its final position. And once we make that second connection, we usually won't reheat the handle to move it around very much anymore, because once we start heating that up, it heats up the surrounding area and then everything starts moving. So that's why it has to be done in one go. Now we do have one more small detail to add, and that is the stamp on the front, opposite side of the handle. So the small bit of color is brought over and attached to the front. Torch to melt smooth, and then stamped with the Museum of Glass logo. So just like that, we've added our final physical detail like that. We're finished using all of those red bits of color. And pretty soon we'll see how they get this surface texture and color, which I find really satisfying. They quite literally sprinkle powdered glass over the surface of the entire piece. So the glass is kept just warm enough for that powder to stick, but just cool enough that it's not going to be changing shape or fully melting the powder into the glass. And could we have a view of the powder booth, please? So we have the powder booth. This is where we sift the powder onto our pieces. And we specifically use this booth because, as a lot of you know, it's dangerous to inhale powdered glass or inhale glass in any sort of way. So this has some good ventilation. It'll protect the artist. They'll put a couple layers of this color on, just giving it a brief heat after each application. Yeah, now we come back to the center bench. We have all of the color across the surface we need. And this might be a little bit hard to notice the change, but especially for those of you who are sitting closer here, you can now see flames coming out of the top of the glory hole, the furnace. And they actually turned up the gas for this on purpose. What this flame is going to do is it's going to bring the metals inside of that colored glass to the surface and create a metallic sheen across the surface of the glass, which is a little hard to see with the light shining through the piece, but this is a little bit golden across the surface. It'll be easiest to see on the screen, I think. Yeah, just like that, we have finished our decanter. So to break it off, we apply a little bit of water, just like earlier, shocking the glass enough to pop it off with the tap of a pipe. And we'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharpness, and this piece is completely done. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that decanter. Thank you. Right, so if you haven't seen this box before, this is the annealer, and it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day. We just continuously load pieces inside whenever we finish them. And then when we are completely done, we press a button, and it's programmed to very slowly cool. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. If we were to leave that piece out, then it could break within a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the thickness. Yeah, very important part of the process. Now, we are going to make as many of these as we can for the rest of the day, it seems like. But I do want to share a couple of things that we have coming up, some free events. So if you're in the area, we have Third Thursday every month, which is free admission from 5 to 8 p.m. That'll be on the 17th this month. And then there's a large festival coming up as well, Glass Fest Northwest, which will be right outside the entrance of the museum on the Grand Plaza. We'll have a bunch of tents set up for artists and food and music, and we'll have free admission into the museum and for that festival all day. And that'll be in August. So this coming up pretty quickly. Yeah, don't worry. It's a continuous demonstration, so if you guys want to see another one, stick around. Do we have a slide for the Glass Fest Northwest? Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure why it's not pulling up, but I will check my calendar to answer that question for you. If the internet allows me to. Okay, so it's going to be August 9th. Yeah. So over on the right, every month we have some hands-on experiences. So these are people who have paid to come down onto the floor and make a piece of their own glass. And each month there's a different theme. It's usually seasonal. So in the spring we'll have birds and eggs. And then in the summer, right now, we're making starfish along with some other things. Yeah. So this one is just made out of glass through and through. Usually I think that they make the stoppers with rubber or added silicone, you know. Yeah, so it's freehand. It just sits in the top of the bottle, maybe moves a very slight amount. I think it's more so to keep dust out than anything else, but yeah. Yeah, it's also hollow, by the way, so it's not like a super heavy stopper. It's a little blown piece of glass. So I'm not super well versed when it comes to glass history, but they've used newspaper for as long as, yeah, I would assume, yeah. But there's so many different styles of glass blowing and glass art, and glass has been around for a really long time. I know that we developed our style of glass blowing in the U.S. off of Italian glass blowing for the most part. Yeah, so each of these decanters takes a little under 30 minutes to make, especially once they really start to get into the groove of things. And I always love to point this out. These guys have a lot of glassblowing experience. They are professionals and they work here full time. Once again, a lot of them have 20 to 30 years of professional experience. So I always love to point this out to anyone who looks to be the right age, but if you want to get involved in glassblowing as a youth, there's a couple of different ways. So if you're under 12, see a kiddo over in the back, you could do the Kids Design Glass program here at the museum and submit a drawing to have a chance for it to be turned into glass. But if you're 12 and older, you can actually blow glass yourself, which is even better. So there's a program called Hilltop Artists, which I'm wearing the shirt of today, and that's something I started when I was 15. They have after-school clubs, they have summer programs, and even in-class electives as well. There's a middle school and a high school here in Tacoma that have hot shops. Yeah, so the decanters are for our yearly auction in the fall called Red Hot. And each year they choose a different theme, and based off of that theme, they make decanters and goblets. Yeah, and so it's usually like whenever we don't have visiting artists, they try to fill in that time with anything else they need to make. So store items and auction items and also commissions, which this was a commission they were working on the other day and today. Yeah. Those ones I would assume are going to go into the store. Yeah, usually when they make store items, they try to make a huge variety of different colors, but they try to keep the size and shape the same just so that way people have some choices. So we have finished the overall shape of our decanter at the center bench. And over on the left, which you can see a little bit up on the screen, Trent is heating up and working with some glass that has color on the outside, unlike our piece at the center bench. That'll be brought over and then dropped onto the end of the bubble to create our foot. And when I say dropped, I mean literally. They'll kind of drop the glass down on top of it. And once again, our colors, they're coming from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass. We don't make the colored glass here. We get it shipped in and use it ourselves. So here we are dropping that solid piece of glass onto the end. And to finish the foot off, this is sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. And this means that we've essentially finished the lower half of our piece, so we'll transfer it to another pipe pretty soon. And just a reminder, it's a little bit hard to keep track of who's entered when, so if you've missed anything or if you have any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. Yeah, feel free to sit wherever you like, but I think that right here is like the best view if you need help deciding. Yeah, there we go. So as you guys come in, we are just about to transfer our piece to a second pipe and break it off of its first pipe. And this is what our finished product will look like over on the right pedestal. This is a decanter that is for our annual Red Hot auction. So each year in the fall, we'll have our Red Hot auction and we create a theme. Based off that theme, we create some decanters and some goblets. And we're getting as many of those decanters done right now as we can. To break the piece off, we apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe that's causing thermal shock to that connection point, enough for it to pop off. And now we'll be able to start working on the top of the neck. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. We are working on the decanter that is actually right in front of you guys on that pedestal there. Yeah. So right now our body for this decanter is all clear glass so far, but at the very end, once we have all of the details such as the handle and the stamp, we basically just sprinkle a powdered glass across the surface of the entire piece, and that creates both a visual and physical texture. So at the opening of the piece, we've just heated it up enough to flare it open, grab on to the very top of the neck and stretch out the remaining portion of the neck. The idea is just to kind of thin the neck out and get it closer to the exact height we want. So this excess piece of glass is just knocked off onto the floor, leaving us with just the right amount of glass for our neck. And for those of you who just joined in, I just wanted to point out that this is for our annual Red Hot auction that we have once a year in the fall. So we create a bunch of goblets and decanters based off of a yearly theme. And this is our resident team, of course, so these guys, they work here full-time at the museum. And after getting one more heat, Gabe is able to fully open up the neck into a straight cylindrical shape. Now, after heating up just around the opening of the piece, Gabe is able to completely fold the lip over onto itself. And while they've been finishing the neck of the piece at the center bench, over on the left bench, Ben has been preparing a bit of glass, the same color as the foot that we dropped on earlier, but he's creating the handle for the decanter. So this will be brought over. It's already shaped and stretched out to a little bit of an elongated rectangular shape. So that handle is brought over and attached to the neck of the piece first before being cut off, and then it flipped and curved into the shape of our handle. And I always mention this is done in one go. They only have this one heat, that residual heat from when it was first brought over, to create the handle. And just like that, we have finished off the handle. And we just have the stamp to add on the opposite side, and that's going to be our last kind of physical detail that we bring over and attach. So we just brought over one small bit of color and stamped that down onto the piece. I assume this is supposed to look like a wax seal, because based off of the theme, it's like old library and lots of maroon and candles and yeah. Now to finish the entire piece off, once again we're going to create that texture on the surface of the piece, and this is done by sifting some powdered glass over the entire piece overall. And it's heated up just enough to stick but not enough to melt in, which leaves that texture on the surface. And could we have a view of the powder booth as they go in? Thank you. So up on the screen we have a view of the powder booth. This is a well-ventilated booth where we handle all of our powdered glass. This is because we don't want to inhale that powdered glass as we sift it down onto the piece. This will be done a couple of times, heating the glass briefly after each application just to make sure that powder sticks. Yeah, has anyone noticed a change in the furnace? So the flames are coming out the top, the opening now, and this is because they've turned the gas up inside of there. And the idea is this flame is going to react with that powder we just applied and pull the metals to the surface of that glass. So this is creating a little bit of a golden metallic finish for the piece. Yeah, there's just so many details and little layers of complexity for this piece, yet they finished each one in a little under 30 minutes. So to finish this piece off, or to knock it off, we apply some water to the end of the pipe, and then just tap the pipe and it pops off into those tongs. We'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends or any markings that remain, and then this piece is completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that decanter. Thank you, everyone. So this large box that it's gone inside of, this is the annealer, and it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day as we continuously load it up. And then with the press of a button at the end of the day, it'll slowly cool everything inside of it all at once. And the idea is to prevent thermal shock. So that was our second decanter finished. And don't worry if you missed the beginning, we're going to see many more of them. Also, I've been getting a lot of questions about what we have on these front tables here, so I'm going to play a random video to show off how we get these sticks of color and what they can be used for and what they create in the pieces of glass. So let's see the cane pulling video, please. And if you guys would like some more visual examples of how cane turns out, there is a lot of cane used in the pieces up there as well. But in this video, it's pretty silent. I'll just talk over it. Start with colored glass on the end of a pipe. Usually you'll add a couple of layers of clear over top of this. This makes the spacing of the lines a little bit more distinguished or easier. And a second pipe is attached before stretching all of that glass out across some wooden ladders. And you'll see the wooden ladders in the video. This is just to prevent the hot glass from touching the cold concrete floor. And that could cause it to crack. And then these are broken up into smaller pieces, which we can then roll up on the outside of a bubble or on the outside of a pipe. And this creates striping in the piece. Yeah, if anyone's curious, up in the front here, I know this is very captivating, isn't it? But they're pouring some glass onto the table to let it cool down. And then when it cools down enough, they dump it into the bucket in front of the table, and that's filled with water. It'll crack the glass apart. And we're eventually going to use all this glass inside of the bucket for the mobile hot shop furnace. So we have an entire mobile hot shop, and the furnace needs to be filled up for an event coming up, which is the Seattle Art Fair. We're going to be there Friday through Sunday. And just to point out once again, when the glass comes straight out of the furnace, it's sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then when it cools and it becomes solid in the hot shop, it's sitting at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So even if a piece of glass, it's solid, it's not moving, and it doesn't have a lot of glow to it like what we see here, it's still really hot. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention, let me know. We're already getting started on the next piece up on the screen or over on the left bench. So we're once again at the point where we have all the glass we need to create our decanter. We'll start blowing this out at the center bench. And Gabe will start shaping it using the papers, which, yeah, as this sounds, this pad in his hand is actually just folded up newspapers soaked with water. Using the jacks, these two metal blades, Gabe first stretched out a neck and is now creating the jack line, which is basically just a small divot near the end of the pipe. That'll be our breaking point later on. And now we can focus on finishing off the body, so blowing that out a little bit more, creating a little bit of a longer, narrower shape. And while they work on finishing that, over on the left, Trent has to prepare the foot for the piece. So he'll gather up a couple layers of clear and start getting that color. And all the color that we're using for this piece in particular, all those red bits, is coming from frit, which are these shards of colored glass. We put them in a dish, and then we just roll the clear over top of it. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. We are working on this decanter on the right pedestal at the moment. And over on the far right, an unrelated project, people are doing some hands-on workshops over there. So they're making some starfish. So at the center bench, we have just finished preparing the foot, brought that over, and are dropping it onto the end of the bubble. And to finish off the shape of the foot, this will be further shaped using some paddles. Some of these are made out of graphite. Some of them are made out of wood. And now that we've finished the foot, we'll be able to attach another pipe to the bottom of the piece entirely and break this piece completely off of the pipe it's on right now. So once this pipe is properly attached, we'll apply a little bit of water to this connection point right in that divot, and then tap the pipe, popping the piece off. And now we can start working on the neck a little bit more. This will be stretched out to thin the neck out a little bit, and then the lip will be folded over onto itself to create just a thick lip or a thick rim for this stopper to rest on. And now that the neck has been heated up, this is flared completely open with the jacks. And this is used as a handle to stretch the remaining section of the neck out. And then this will essentially be trimmed to the exact height we want the neck to be. And they do take measurements with some calipers every once in a while, but a lot of this is, strangely enough, eyeballed by the artist. So they should all turn out very slightly different from each other, which kind of just proves that they're handmade. So now we only have a couple more details left. While they're finishing the neck at the center bench over on the left, the handle will be prepared and then eventually brought over and attached. Then we'll have our stamp in the front, and then the entire piece is finished off with the sifting of a powdered colored glass. This creates both a visual and a physical texture on the surface of the piece. So feel nice getting a personal show. Yeah, welcome to those who just joined in. I wanted to point out real quick that we are continuing to work on these decanters, which you see over on the right pedestal. And we need one more detail, which is the stamp in the front of the decanter, and then eventually we'll add that powder surface to the entire piece, which gives us our sort of matte texture and finish. And you can actually feel kind of a sandy effect on the surface of the glass, but it doesn't rub off. So it does add a visual and physical texture. We're getting pretty close. And to create our stamp, we add that last little bit of color. This is a brass stamp with our Museum of Glass logo on it. And since this is a relatively large bit of glass, we do cool it down with a nozzle blowing compressed air just to prevent that part of the bubble from sinking in. It does happen. And now we can start getting ready to finish the entire piece off. To apply the powdered glass, we have to go to a well-ventilated booth. And we have a view of this up on the screen. Luckily, we have a camera in the powder booth. But we just use this space to make sure that we don't inhale any of this powdered glass as we sift it down onto the piece. And we'll usually do 2 layers of this color to make sure we can't see through it very much. And we'll lightly heat up the entire piece after each layer to make sure the color sticks. And just like that, we have all of the coloring and details we need. And this was pretty quick, but Ben stepped on a paddle next to the furnace, and you'll see these flames start to rise out of the opening. So they've turned the gas up by activating this pedal. And what this flame will do is it'll pull the metals from inside of that colored glass to the surface of the piece. So a lot of pieces you see that are metallic, they are usually finished off this way, and the color is directly on the surface so that they could pull the metal to the surface of the piece, and it reacts directly with that flame. And just like that, our decanter is finished. So we break it off of the pipe by applying a little bit of water and then tapping the pipe. This sends a vibration to those small cracks created by the water, enough to pop it off. And then we torch the bottom, getting rid of sharp ends and any marks that remain from that pipe before putting it away completely. This will be placed inside of the annealer on the left wall, which is that large black box, to slowly cool overnight. And that has been successfully put away. Thank you. We love the applause. No, I really do usually ask for applause from the audience, but it's like there's only 3 of you guys. I feel bad. Do it louder. Wow, good job, guys. Man, I am hot. Yeah, they're just taking a quick water break. Yeah, exactly. So this is, I know you guys joined in a little later, but these are for our Red Hot auction that we have once a year in the fall. And so each year we choose a different theme completely, and based off of that theme, we'll create sets of decanters and goblets to sell. Hey, could I have the cane pulling video, please? So for those who just joined in, this is a video that I'm showing off to some other guests in the audience, but this is how they made these rods or sticks of colored glass. And this is how you can get stripes or lines of any kind inside of a piece of glass. So usually they'll start with some solid colored glass on the end of their pipe, and they'll sometimes wrap this in a couple of layers of clear, which makes spacing these lines easier across the surface of the piece. So there's those gaps of clear, kind of like windows. They attach a second pipe and then stretch it between the two across all of these wooden ladders where it's laid out to cool for a little bit before being cut up into more usable sized pieces than that ginormous stick of glass. And then this is rolled up on the outside of a bubble or sometimes on the end of a pipe directly to form a cylinder, which can be worked with further from there as well. So this one, they rolled it up on the outside of a bubble, and then they twisted them and altered the lines over and over and over again until they almost had these squiggly or zigzag lines across the piece. Yeah, you can alter those lines basically in any way you can imagine, and you can also layer lines on top of each other. A really popular pattern is called reticello, where they have those crisscross lines of color that looks almost like netting across the surface of the piece. Now, to introduce what we have going on the floor to you guys, we are making some decanters right now, which are right here on the front pedestal. So this is our theme for this year's Red Hot auction, which we have once in the fall. We choose a theme, and then based off of that theme, create some decanters and some goblets to go along with those as well. So we're just making as many as we can of these today. They take about 30 minutes each, maybe even a little bit less. And of course, this is our resident hot shop team, so they work here full time, helping visiting artists that come through. Whenever they can, they'll fill in some time doing projects like these. So now we'll start blowing this out. This is blown out while Gabe controls the shape using this pad, which is just folded up newspaper soaked with water. The idea is to keep the end of the bubble thick for this away from the pipe so that we have more materials to work with later on for the body. Wow, look away for just 1 second and they already have the neck, right? So Gabe just held on to a section of the bubble with the jacks, and without cinching all the way down, pulled away from the pipe to stretch that neck in. This has to be a really controlled heat. It's hard to explain exactly how this is done, but it's just hot enough to stretch all that glass out, but not so hot that he lost control and it just fell on the floor. Also, for those who just joined in, first off, welcome into the hot shop. And this is what we're working on right now on the front right pedestal right here. So this is a decanter for our annual Red Hot auction, which happens in the fall. So each year we choose a different theme, which actually, let's see some of the previous year's themes up on the screen, please. Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a short slideshow going, showing off some of the previous year's decanters and goblets. I just wanted to make sure you guys had a chance to see how much it varies year after year. Yeah, while they finish the overall shape at the center bench, over on the left bench, they are going to be preparing the foot for this piece. So all these details will be prepared basically one by one and then brought over and attached to the body. And you'll notice a big difference between this piece at the center bench and the final product, of course, is this overall sort of matte golden color. And this is applied at the very end over top of the whole piece. So to finish off the foot, this is sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. And yeah, if you're curious about the colors, by the way, the different colors in the glass itself, it's coming from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass mixture. And then it's usually rolled into bars, which are longer than this. This is just a section, and shipped in where we then melt it and use it for our pieces. Or in this case, once again, we're going to be using a lot of powdered glass, a lot of frit, which are larger shards, more sand-like. So I've just been keeping this piece overall warm enough that the glass doesn't crack from thermal shock. Which, by the way, that overall warm temperature is about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So even though it looks pretty cold right now, it's still something we would not want to touch. And just now, Ben has brought over another pipe with some clear glass on the end. That'll be attached just to the center of the bottom of the piece. And the entire piece is then broken off of the pipe using some water and then just a simple tap. Now from here, they'll start working on the neck. They'll thin that glass out a little bit, cut off some extra to make sure the neck is the exact height they want. And then eventually they'll bring over some glass to attach as the handle. Yeah, once they get this glass heated back up, things start moving pretty quick. Oh, and just a little reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. I've been getting lots of good questions today about different patterns and things that people see in the gallery in the hot shop. So they first cut off some excess glass. And that whole process where they kind of elongated the neck, then sectioned it off, this was to thin the neck out before their next step, which is folding the lip over top of itself to kind of thicken the lip. I know it sounds a little counterintuitive maybe to thin out the neck and then thicken the lip, but in order to even fold the lip onto itself, they had to make sure the glass was thin enough to be able to do that. And while they're doing this, Ben is already getting started on the handle for the piece over on the left bench. So they've finished off the neck and the opening of the piece, meaning that handle is going to come over pretty soon. They want the piece to be as cold as it can handle when they bring over the handle. That way it's not moving around too much, falling off center while they attach it. So Ben has just brought that over. It's attached to the neck first before being stretched and cut off. And when this is flipped back over, Gabe has one shot to stretch this out and turn it into our handle. I know, he does it so smoothly. Oh, sorry, what? Oh, the color? Yeah, so the color for this glass, the red one specifically, is coming from Frit, F-R-I-T, which are basically the shards. Oh, wait, you know what that is, huh? Yeah, okay. Yeah, the shards of colored glass. So we just had it in a metal bowl, and we rolled the clear glass over top of it, and it picked it up on the outside. That's usually done like 2 to 3 times, depending on how rich we want the color. But if you come close enough to this, you can actually see the speckles of color. Like you guys, it's right in front of you. You can see very easily that it's not just fully colored. If you want a solid color, you actually have to start with a solid color. Yeah. So this is Color Bar, and this is basically what comes before frit or powder, and it's just crushed up even finer if we want frit or powder. And yeah, we don't make this ourselves, we get it shipped in, and then we just use it in these various forms. And one more detail with that same color. We've just applied that to the front, and this will be stamped down using the Museum of Glass stamp. So no, we're just trying to get closer to the powder booth, which, we have a view of up on the screen now. And this is where we're going to sift that overall surface color across the piece. And once again, we do this when the glass is just hot enough for the powder to stick and no hotter, otherwise that texture will melt away. And this is done twice to make sure that we have enough of that color that it forms a mostly opaque layer on the surface. And next we come back to the center bench where we can see a change in the glory hole or the furnace that we've been using to reheat the glass. All those flames are coming out the top right in the front. And this is us turning the gas up inside of there. And this is going to react with the color on the surface of the glass and pull the metals to the surface of the piece. Because once again, all the colored glass comes from different metals and oxides mixed in. And you guys joined in just as we were finishing this piece. We're making these decanters like you see on the front pedestal right here for our upcoming Red Hot auction each year in the fall. And each year we choose a different theme or kind of create a different theme. Based off of that theme, we create decanters and goblets as sets. And now that we've finished our piece, we break it off by applying some water to that connecting point and then tapping the pipe. And when this is knocked off, we'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharpness or any marks from that pipe connection. And this piece is completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that decanter. Thank you. Thanks, guys. So that box has just gone inside of. This is the annealer. It sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And with the press of a button at the end of the day, everything will slowly cool down, which prevents thermal shock. So most important part of the process. If we didn't have that, all of our pieces would break. And another water break for the artist. Yeah, can I have the Kids Design Glass video, please?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. the ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do. So they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old. And, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
Does anyone have any questions so far, by the way? Or are y'all just hanging out? Oh, they haven't made any tops today, actually, but... And now that we've finished the bottom of our piece, or the foot, we are attaching a pipe to the center of the bottom, and then we'll just completely break this piece off of the pipe. And that's done by applying a little bit of water to crack that connection. And now we can start fixing up and finishing the neck. And we'll start bringing over those other individual details, such as the handle for our decanter and the stamp. Yeah, just to point out, just in case you guys haven't seen it, this is the piece we're working on right now on the front pedestal here. And yeah, you guys are totally welcome to take photos or whatever you want. Yeah, you guys came in just in time to see us finish this one. We're just going to fix up the neck a little bit by thinning the glass out. And just to share quick, these decanters that we're making, they're specifically for our Red Hot auction coming up in the fall that we have each year. And each year we choose a theme or build a theme. Based off of that theme, create some decanters and goblets. Yeah, just to update you guys real quick, this is the piece that we're working on right here. And these are decanters for an upcoming auction that we have yearly in the fall called Red Hot. So we are pretty far along in making this already. We're just finishing off the top of the neck, and then we'll start bringing over other details like the handle. And then you'll notice, of course, this is just clear glass for the body so far. The final step is powdering the entire surface and getting that grainy sort of texture. Yeah. Yeah, we just attached the handle. This has to be done in one go, as you could see, using all that residual heat from when it was first brought over. Also, I do want to show off some of the previous year's themes so you could see how much it changes year after year. So could we have the Red Hot themes up on the screen, please? Like the previous year's goblets and decanters. Thank you. So if you look up on the screen, you will see some of those previous themes. I think this was last year's. And then there are also just a ton of popular ones in general as the slideshow goes on. Yeah, the decanter for this one is almost donut shaped. It has a little divot in the side of it. Yeah, don't worry. There's plenty of opportunities, and each time they have the hands-on opportunities, it's a different theme depending on the season you come in. So spring, it's like birds and flowers and eggs, and then summer, you know, we're making starfish, and winter you might make an ornament or a snowman, for example. I don't know, all sorts of fun themes. So once again, now that we have all of those added bits of color, we'll carry it over to the left side of the hot shop where we'll briefly heat the glass and then carry over to the powder booth. The powder booth has really good ventilation, so we don't inhale any of that powdered glass as we sift it on top of the piece. And we'll have a view of this powder booth up on the screen too. We'll usually do 2 layers of this color to make sure that it's at least semi-opaque and you can't see through the entire piece. And this is heated up just enough for the powder to stick but not melt flat. And here's our second layer of color. Also, if you take a look at the glory hole at the center bench here, this large open face furnace, you can see flames coming out the top now. This is them turning the gas up inside of there. And what this will do to the glass is it'll actually pull the metals from inside of the color to the surface of the piece, giving us a metallic finish, at least somewhat for this one. So a lot of pieces, if the color's on the surface and you put that fluffy flame against it, or you put it inside of there with that flame licking out, this is going to create a metallic finish for the piece. And welcome into the hot shop. You guys came in just as we were finishing off our next decanter, which we have a final product here on the front pedestal. We're making as many of these as we can in our day today, just trying to prepare for the upcoming Red Hot auction. So each year we choose a theme, and based off that theme we make decanters and goblets to sell as sets during that auction. And we have just finished this piece. We sprinkled kind of a layer of powdered color across the entire surface of the piece. That's what we did to finish it off. That's what's giving us our texture. And to break it off, we apply some water to the end of the pipe for giving it a tap, and then torching the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends and make sure everything is smooth. And this will go inside of the annealer, this large black box on the left wall, to very slowly cool down overnight, which will prevent thermal shock. So all those pieces that we've been loading up today, we won't see them again until tomorrow. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of questions about this patterning that we're seeing here on this front table and kind of the patterning that we see in some of the pieces up above the hot shop. So I do want to share a video that shows how we get that, how we get these sticks of color in the first place. Let's pull up the cane pulling video, please. Yeah, every once in a while, just share random little bits of knowledge, and since this is sitting out in front of me, it's just a perfect opportunity. But cane are these sticks of colored glass. We use them to get stripes or lines of any kind inside of a piece. We'll start with our colored glass in the center, usually, which is coming from Color Bar, and then wrap some layers of clear around that. This makes for easier spacing on the piece. And then this is stretched across a multitude of large wooden ladders. This is going to allow the glass to cool without touching the cold concrete, which can crack it. And then this is cut up into usable sized pieces before being rolled up on the outside of a bubble or on the outside of a pipe, depending on the exact technique that they want to do. And this creates these perfectly spaced stripes of even color across the piece, which can then be altered further by twisting and shoving them into a mold, and twisting again. You can also layer multiple layers of cane on top of each other to get even more complex designs. And Trent's been working with a lot of cane lately, so this is probably his in the front. So we don't quite have enough time for one more decanter, so instead we're going to see a fancy drinking glass made. So these are made mostly or completely out of clear glass, but they're blown really thin, and all of those connection points are very dainty. This is essentially goblet making that you're going to see. This is the most technically challenging process when it comes to glass blowing. So this all starts with a single gather of clear on the end of our pipe, which Gabe has immediately blown a bubble into, and then stuffed into a mold on the floor. We have a variety of optic molds in the hot shop. Some of them have basically these ridges that go all the way from the top to the bottom of the mold, which it looks like that's the one he used this time. So we have stripes on the surface of the glass. And while holding on to the glass with the diamond shears and turning in one direction, this is twisting the glass and creating a spiraling pattern. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We are working on making a fancy drinking glass, by the way. So this is a bubble of clear glass that has been pushed into a mold. We twisted the glass, so now we have a spiral of kind of texture or lines across the surface of the piece. And this is being heated up and altered just a little bit more to finish off the bottom of the cup. This is something they could just leave as is, and it could just be a cup with a sort of twisted pattern, or they could add even more to it and create kind of a foot for the glass and make it goblet-like. So we reuse a lot of clear glass, but any scrap that has color in it, we have to throw away. And that's because it's no longer purely color or purely clear anymore. But luckily, there is very little of that scrap whenever we do have any. Also, we flatten the bottom of our cup at this point. We'll eventually bring over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end as basically a connection point. So that's just been connected. And once that's on there, they break the piece off from its original pipe by squeezing down at that connection and tapping. That's enough to crack that connection and just pop it off. Oh yeah, everything is hot today, for example, but you know, the area where the pipe is resting on the right side, that's really close to the end of the pipe where we're heating it, so that area is going to be really hot, yeah. And then we also, our tools do heat up, especially the more we're using them, especially if we're working with more glass. This is a pretty small piece that we're working on, so we're not going to have to worry about heat as much right now. Yeah, no gloves. If anything, wearing gloves can actually be dangerous. It's been explained to me a couple of different ways, and there's maybe a couple different reasons why, but I have seen firsthand, if you're working with a large amount of glass and you have to be close to it, then you have to wear gloves because of the radiant heat, right? But at a certain point, that heat starts building up in those gloves, and then all of a sudden you're having to rip them off of your hands while working with the piece of glass. So it's just ideal to not wear them as much as you can. Yeah, that's the piece that we were making earlier. It's a decanter for our upcoming Red Hot auction, and we have that auction once a year in the fall. So this is this year's theme. And there are goblets that go along with it as well. We don't have any of those to put on display at the moment. I think they're focusing on the decanters first. Yeah, I think it's supposed to look almost more ancient, right? Yeah. And and then this is reminiscent of like a wax seal in the front. Yeah, because it's a stamp, a brass stamp they used. Oh yeah, it's all glass. Yeah. And even the texture on the surface of the glass is also powdered glass. So it's all just made in the hot shop, knocked off the pipe, and then done. It's not like we sandblasted it or anything. Oh, it looks like we finished our cup at the center bench. So we're applying some water to the end of the pipe and knocking it off. And you'll see these cups throughout the hot shop. It's what the glass blowers drink out of. So you'll see them like here and there, everywhere. And that goes inside of the annealer to slowly cool down overnight. And just like that, we are finished with the last piece of the day. Yeah, that box, it sits about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to very slowly bring down the temperature of the glass to prevent it from breaking. Yeah. It's about a 12-hour cycle. It's a decent amount of time. What, the silver one? That's that's the garage. And we put pieces of glass inside of there to either preheat up to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or stay at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of a happy medium for glass. Yeah, feel free to take any final photos that you like.